No, that's working. The real question is now, how do I get a link? Oh, there we go. Link. Yeah, got it. Can't. Well, that chat. Now, do I have some way I can move chat? All right, I can move chat around. Can I pop it out? I can pop it out. There we go. All right. It's a little different UI-wise, but seeing real people names in the chat is odd. Yeah, it's gonna be different, but. Hola, Buenos Aires. Oh no! Lost a Dark Souls 3 save. Nobody's real. Are they're going black theme and everything? The So when you pop the chat out, it gives you the window, but then on the YouTube UI, it's got a little cartoon ninja, and it says nothing to see here. We popped out. Actually, the funniest part was so when I updated the thumbnail, it threw a little shade. It's like it says, and I tried to get a screenshot of it, but I wasn't fast enough. It said, "Oh, saving image, your masterpiece will be ready momentarily," and it's just like, yeah, they know. So, oh geez, where to start? So, who saw the Suicide Squad episode? What'd you think? I guess I could have actually just did the thing that I did that do other time, where I just like played it to start. But I mean, it's long. It's long. It's one thing to just kind of start things off with that like 9-minute Batman video, but 35-minute Suicide Squad video, that's pushing it. The main thing. So there's a lot of little things. There's a lot of little things that I didn't mention, or that I don't know if you want to say that I forgot to mention. I mean, because a lot of them I actually thought about as I was going through and doing the scripting and doing the editing, and I was like, oh man, I should mention that. Should I mention this? Should I mention that? But I mean, a lot of it got kind of repetitive, and the only one that at this point I kind of regret not mentioning or not putting in sort of the work to add like an entire another, chapter segment for it is the issue of bringing the team together. That in Suicide Squad, the team themselves, like none of them it's not just that the team finally comes together about 50 minutes into the movie. It's that none of them on the team, except for uh, none of them interact with each other, except for a few characters interacting with Flag. But the thing is that their relationship with Flag is antagonistic until like they don't actually build any sort of rapport with him until much later in the movie. Like that's kind of a whole thing is the character development of them like kind of sort of liking Flag and learning to get along with him and whatever. But so none of the villain characters uh, interact with each other until that coming together scene, until the Seven Nation Army scene. So the problem that you end up with there is that all of their individual character interactions then like you're basically starting the you might as well start the movie over. You're starting over. You've spent all this time introducing them individually uh, in an incredibly wasteful way because they're all separated. So each of them needs to be introduced in their own scene and explained in their own scene, and their character traits need to be described in their own self-contained scenes. And then you bring them all together, and then you now need to build their connections between each other. And so that all has to start simultaneously from square one an hour into your movie, and just the sheer inefficiency of it. And the counter comparison would actually be Guardians of the Galaxy, that Guardians of the Galaxy sort of understands that like, hey, if you have a big ensemble, like yeah, some of them are gonna come in a little late, just because it's way too overwhelming to throw them all in at the first part, and you do need that sort of verisimilitude of bringing them in bit by bit, building the team, but you want to get some of them together super early so that they can start actually interacting with each other. And then you've got the nucleus of the team, and then you just add parts onto the team instead of like, okay, here's everyone in their little boxes, and then we're gonna ram them all together at the same time. And then we're gonna find out how they interact. Because in Guardians of the Galaxy, like you're getting them actually interacting with each other and developing those relationships a lot earlier and bit by bit so that you can then move around, and occasionally some of them get pulled out so that they can actually develop different people, or different groups together. Here, I'll turn my audio up a bit. And then then about halfway through the movie, they finally bring all of them together all at once. But you'll notice, so the last one in Guardians of the Galaxy to be introduced is, oh, how did I just space out on the character's name? Batista, the big guy. Yeah, I'm gonna pull this up because I'm that dumb. I'm that guy who can't remember names, and so I have to Drax. So Drax is the last character to come in, but you'll also notice that Drax is like Katana. Drax is really easy to explain, and you can explain him in a line, except instead of and they do. They explain Drax in a line, except it's woven kind of perfectly into a joke because there's a demonstration of the fact that he takes everything literally. Then Rocket just outright says it, and then there's a punchline of him taking it literally, and it becomes the running joke throughout the thing. So his character is more or less incredibly simple. There's not a whole lot of development that needs to go on there, and so they bring him in last, because he's the one you need to explain the least about. Also, Groot, they also don't need to explain a lot about, but Groot is prop more than character. So yeah, like you can see the efficiency there. And now, the longer I've thought about it, the more I've kind of realized that Guardians of the Galaxy might actually be the best one in the MCU so far from an actual like filmmaking perspective, followed shortly by Captain America. Um, and Captain America 1, the first Avenger. Uh, the only reason why I wouldn't put it higher is that the last third of the movie is just kind of by the books and not particularly great. It's bland. It's bland. The first half, first three quarters is excellent, amazing. I love it. But um, oh oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sorry about that. The Yeah, so that was the main thing from Suicide Squad that I kind of wish I had addressed was the way the squad is brought together and the timing of it and just throwing them all into the pot at the same time. And but at the same time, like it did feel like it was getting really repetitive because it's just kind of coming back to that. Like, and this is an underdeveloped script that if they had put it through, like if they had actually taken the time to do another couple of drafts, they would have realized, like, okay, well, some of these characters need to interact more in the prison. Like maybe, um, I don't know, like just kind of change the way that they've got uh, Diablo kind of set up and like have him and Boomerang are like blockmates or something like that, and that you don't really actually need Diablo in this like crazy contraption that they've got him in because he's basically a pacifist at this point. Like at that point in the story, it's like, okay, he's 100% intent on not using his powers. And so it's like, hey, he just kind of sits around all day. We don't, you know, you can just throw him in a cell. Like, fine, whatever. The audience is going to buy it. Just as much as kind of anything else in the movie, and have them chat with each other and just something more so that the characters aren't all going into this blind. Oh yeah, and other things that work really well in Guardians of the Galaxy. The There's some really good jokes in there, and the thing is that they're not just one-liners. Like one of the big problems with Suicide Squad's jokes is that they're all just one-liners. And now this isn't to say that there's something inherently wrong with one-liners. Like obviously Drax has some great one-liners, and his no, what's the one? Nothing would go over my head. My reflexes are too fast. I would catch it. Like that's a great line. That's a hilarious joke. But so if that's your only kind of joke, you're not really pushing comedy. You don't have any actual like crafted situational jokes, and Guardians of the Galaxy manages to have some really really good ones, like the whole thing where they're making their plan and discussing the timing. Like they're actively discussing like, okay, the timing needs to be super precise, and meanwhile in the background Groot is busy beating up people and stealing the thing that they're talking about needing to be really precise with the timing of. And that's a really funny joke, and it makes great use of foreground and background. And yeah, so um killer I I honestly forget. I honestly forget that Killer Croc was in Suicide Squad. Like he is here's another thing that I didn't mention, that I didn't point out, but is fun to point out, is that Killer Croc actually has zero impact on the plot. That Captain Boomerang has a bigger character based impact on the plot than Killer Croc. The guy whose shtick is that he throws boomerangs is more important than the Crocodile Man, because Killer Croc. So they have this whole scene where like it's like, all right, they're getting ready to go in on the train station, and they're sending Navy SEALs down into the flooded subway, and he's like, "I'm going with you." You know, he has this whole line. It's like, I was born underground. Y'all are just tourists. And then he goes down into the water, and the rest of the SEALs go down with him. He's not the one to actually plant the bomb, though. A random nameless SEAL plants the bomb. Oh, and then that guy gets blown up because the fuse on the bomb is like 1 second. It's really funny and really silly and really pointless. And so he goes into the water and really doesn't make an impact. I mean, I guess maybe you could say it's like, oh, well, he fought the tar monsters that were underwater, and so the SEAL was able to plant the bomb. But it's like, that's also not well communicated. The stuff that's going on underwater is inscrutable. Like you can't tell what's going on. It's shot so awfully, and it's randomly cut in, and they come back to it like super long after everything else, so they're not really doing an effective job of cross-cutting the action, and there's no sense of space in the underwater scenes. It's all told in close-ups. It's all close-ups. So you can't read it, and then the bomb goes off, and then Killer Croc just like walks in off screen a couple minutes later. So wait. There was another bit. There was another bit that I wanted to mention. Or no, wait, I do mention it. I mentioned it at the end of the episode. So it wasn't until my fourth viewing that I actually finally registered that Diablo dies, because there's so little finality in the fanfare around his death that, and so many of the characters are already kind of pointless, that I just kind of assumed I had like that they'd just not paid attention to him after his big moment. And so I had to go back. I had to go back and watch the last 20 minutes specifically to be like, wait, after the bomb goes off, does he ever come back? And it's like, no, he doesn't. He's actually gone. He died, I guess, but he just kind of seems to like vaporize, which, I mean, fair enough. Like the bomb goes off, but then the fact that even after everything sort of calms down, no one mentions him. You know, that you're supposed to have all this character growth that it's like, oh, they're like a family now. And that was actually sort of the structure in the original script, was that like the Joker shows up and is like, hey, Harley, come with me. You're my abuse victim, and I need you to fulfill me emotionally. And she's like, no, I'm going to stay with my family because they need me, and they're my real family now, and you're just a dick. And then he's like, smoke grenade, gone. Um, and so it's like, hey, they're a family now. They've come together like a family. And this newly formed family, one of them just died, like sacrificed himself to blow up Fire Monster, and no one mentions him. He's just gone. Oh, he turns into the weird Aztec thing because that's his like true form, is sort of the implication of it, I guess. It's, I don't know. Yeah. No, so the whole thing, going back to the awful setup and the awful suspense of the fiction is that Harley basically agrees to go with Waller at the end because Waller doesn't blow up her neck bomb, and Waller also agrees to get her a cappuccino machine. Or no, it's a latte machine, or no, espresso. It's an espresso machine. She gets a coffee maker. They give her a coffee maker, a bed, and some smutty novels. And I mean, I think that is fine. Just the whole build up. There's the whole scene at the prison where Waller and Flag go around the prison and they visit everyone, and they only bother to actually like try to cut a deal with Deadshot, and then they just ignore it. He's like, "Hey, here's what I want," and instead they're just like, "LOL, no. We're gonna beat you up and press gang you into a suicide mission." And it's like, it needed 3 more drafts, 3 more drafts. So yeah. All right. So I pulled up Dark Souls 3, and I don't know where I am. It's been a while, and I don't remember. Wait. No, this is the wrong direction. I need to go this direction. I do kind of know where I am. I'm right before the boss with the giant arms. Skeleton boss with giant arms. I also probably need to... Alright, we're going to try something first. We're going to put down a summon sign and hope someone summons us. Someone summons us, and then we'll do whatever it is they need us to do in order to remind us of what we need to do. Yeah. So also, Fievel Goes West was kind of weird. It was a little intense in some strange ways. Her name is Katana. Frick. I'm actually really glad I took the time to do that joke. That text joke took me like almost 40 minutes to do, because it's a lot of kind of keyframes and stuff like that. A lot of little moving parts, and I'm really, really glad that I did it because it's really funny, just for how bad that line is when you actually stop to think about it. Her name is Katana. This is Katana. She's got my back. She could cut you all down with one sword stroke like mowing the lawn. I think my favorite part about it, easily my favorite part about how awful that line is the sudden, like, the pause. It's the big long pause. Like mowing the lawn. Beat. I'd recommend you don't get killed by her. Man, going back to a mana system. Ah. Oh, is that gonna... No, I'm still alive, assuming I don't get busted by anything else. Alright. Am I alive? Am I alive? Oh, that's the poison gas, isn't it? Oh. Okay, I don't know what I died to. Or wait, did we... Wait, what happened? Is that a success? What? I don't... Okay. Is that how that's supposed to end? Am I supposed to die at the end? I am mildly confused by that chain of events. Well, my ember was restored. $700 something, huh? This feels like a vaguely bad idea to do this with this character build. Alright, I've got a sword. I wonder if I can summon someone. Just wait for a summoning sign. Make them do the hard work for me. What sword am I using? Let's check out my equipment. What am I doing? Crystal Mailbreaker 3. Sorcerer's Staff, Longbow. Pyromancer Flame, Leather Shield. So, I was probably... Yeah, that's got a decent counterattack. So I went back and I was actually playing a bunch of... yeah, we'll get you. It's the boy. I was playing a bunch of Dark Souls 2, and unable to summon. And it's kind of really weird going back to Dark Souls 2 after Bloodborne. So, you can see a lot of the ideas that would eventually become Bloodborne in terms of making the game more faster and more aggressive than Demon Souls and Dark Souls. The problem is that with Bloodborne, they just frickin' nailed it. And so a lot of things in Dark Souls 2 end up feeling really, really... I'm trying to think of unfulfilling in retrospect when you then back up. So like hitting something... Lostified. Alright, we got Lostified. Who's this other one? Or do we need to wait for Lostified? So like when you hit things, your weapons just kind of pass right through everything. It feels really insubstantial, and there's no like stagger on enemies, or I guess there is some stagger, but the stagger point is really high, so you got to hit things actually like really hard in order to stagger them, and even going with like a heavy mace two-handed isn't gonna stagger a lot of things. Um, oh, there we go. So I still stand by my assessment that Dark Souls 2 is a lot better than a lot of people give it kind of give it credit for, but I'm also kind of thinking that, you know, if you're gonna play and even play Bloodborne. Did Lostify just go and get himself killed? What, you didn't want to wait? Fine. Scuba Lunker. Welcome, Scuba Lunker. Let's do this. I'm not going to wait for another one. Lostified went and murdered himself. Have I read the script for a topiary? No, I haven't. I don't... If there's a link to the script, tweet it to me, and I will see if I can take a look at it. Aw, Amy's curling up at my feet on a plastic bag. I'd pick her up for everyone to see, but she's been a terror all day, and I'm kind of glad she's sleeping now. Alright, so I kind of remember that previously having done this, there's a spot I can stand where I should be able to actually hit these amulets with my spells. There we go. Oh, that hurt. Wheel guys, crap. I don't know, I feel like there's a pretty substantial readability problem in this fight. It's conceptually kind of cool. I don't hate it, but I would like it a lot better if I felt like I could actually tell what was going on. Also, that mist is... Oh. This is a weird place to kind of jump back into this game. Oh, I think the entire Blood on the Sand playthrough. Okay, here's actually the problem with the Blood on the Sand archive is that because there's so much licensed music in it, like there's the soundtrack is just 50 Cent songs. The playback is like completely muted. Where am I? Wait. I don't remember where I need to go. Or wait. No, okay. There's the skeleton ball. I can do this. I can do this. Right. I need to follow the skeleton ball. And then I usually just duck in here and wait for it to come back up. And then zip down. Ignore the rats. And just go here? Question mark. Yeah. Yeah. And then you go up and you ignore those guys because they're D-bags. And you actually go up here because the bridge collapses. Then you drop down and you try not to fall off and die. And then you make sure no one followed you, which they might. And they did. Okay. We got one skeleton coming. All right. All right, I've reoriented myself. Okay. Mm, It's not my beautiful house. There we go, Emma. All right, got that. Thanks, Emma. All right. Come on, summon signs. I mean, I could probably attempt it solo, but I already used an Ember. There's a sunk cost now. I need to recoup my sunk cost. So there was this really weird moment in Fievel Goes West where Fievel is sitting in, there we go. So Garthul. All right, come on, Garthul. Um, unable. All right. So Fievel is sitting in a place where he can actually hear, where he's overhearing the villain's big plan, where they're going to build a giant mouse trap and they're going to smash all them. So they're going to have a big party and they're going to build a grandstand and they're going to lure all the mice onto the grandstand, except the grandstand is actually a giant mouse trap, and they're going to trap all the mice, and they're going to smash them with this giant mouse trap and smash them into mouse burgers. And the weirdest part about it is that there's so the engineer cat has all the blueprints and plays them like a flip book. So he plays these blueprints like a flip book, and it's like we lure all the mice onto the grandstand, and then when the time is right, snap. And so it like comes down and pins the mice, but then one of them, its head flies off and like lands away from the stands. And I'm like, well, that's particularly gruesome. Like there's a detail that an animator was like, no. We're gonna go 110% on this. We're gonna have some fun. On this boss, since this boss is basically, I don't want to say he's a gimmick boss, but he's a gimmick boss. So hit points is not really the limiter on this guy. Like if we were actually showing down with him toe to toe, but it's like, nah, you just got to break the amulets, and breaking the amulets is gonna work out about the same. Did that previous one fail, or is it still connecting? I don't know. Oh, no, there we go. Across is here. Lostified can join us when Lostified connects. Assuming Lostified doesn't then go and immediately jump off the bridge again. There's minions. Ally's good for that. Also, actually, what I'm really kind of hoping and looking for is an ally with a big two-handed sword who is able to better, like, more controllably able to hit the bracelets, so that I can mostly focus on avoiding the fog. Wrong button. I feel like I feel kind of like a boss that lobbed fireball hit the bracelet as he pulled away. Alright, go ahead, use a blue Estus. Worst case scenario, we die and it does nothing. Ah. Oh, wheel. Kill the wheel. Oh, frick. What's the gimmick boss for Bloodborne? Bloodborne doesn't really have a gimmick boss in the same way. And now I don't want it to sound like I'm speaking ill of gimmick bosses. I like gimmick bosses. I think they're a good shake up to a formula. I think it's an effective, you know, trick to use in the boss encounter design handbook. You know, they're a boss that you engage with through specialized mechanics or targeted mechanics as opposed to general mechanics. And I'm trying to think. So I'm thinking about Bloodborne bosses, and a lot of them have weak spots, or like limbs that you can injure, stuff like that, but they don't really have any in the same way. Like there's no puzzle bosses in Bloodborne. Skeletons coming. That actually hurt a pretty decent amount. You know, I think we've got 29 embers. So boy, actually we had a pretty decent run with Zaboy. And let's see if we can get Garthul again. I don't know about... Nah, well... Okay, that depends on whether or not you consider Brain of Mensis to be a boss or to just be a... Because that's kind of the thing, is that Brain of Mensis could have been turned into a boss, but is instead just a, you know, large environmental hazard. Which is fine. I'm an apologist for Bed of Chaos, remember. Like a true wizard, I'm getting the meat to do the hard work for me. There we go. Yes, I'm an apologist for the Bed of Chaos. I think now the huge caveat on that I recognize is that every time I've gone through, like, I have always skipped that last zone. I've always been able to take the back route because I'm always a member of the Chaos Covenant. So I just take the back road. So I've never actually had to walk through the lava fields. And yeah. Also from years and years of playing WoW, that kind of a boss just made intuitive sense to me. And I really, and I was an archer. So just the odds were stacked in my favor of just getting it and having a relatively simple time with it. And what the heck is that? Like what is that? It's just, is it just random glowing lights? Why are there random glowing lights? I want to know what they do. They're prism stones. Why are there prism stones here? I didn't drop any prism stones. Alright, what do I have done? I've been to Rosaria. Done Abyss Watchers, obviously, since I'm down in the tombs. Foot of the High Wall and its settlement. Okay, Pit of Hollows. Done Vort. I haven't done... Alright, I'm going to go back to Firelink Shrine, do some shopping. Alright, what level am I at? There's another good question. I'm only 56. Alright, Vigor, Attunement, obviously, Spellcaster. Alright, my intelligence is already 40. So I would was I planning on going up to 50? I only have one level worth of souls anyway. So it's 18,000, 19,000 basically per level. You know what? a little bit of endurance, a little more endurance would not be a bad thing. 4,500 to buy stuff. Okay, right. I need Umbral Ash for her. She's got some embers to sell. Hidden Blessing. Right, I've got the pine resins. I don't remember what those do. I know what those do. And she's got a whole bunch of armor and stuff. Homebone. $20,000 for the tower key. Okay. And because we're back on a mana system, I don't need... Right. I do not need duplicates of spells, because we use mana, not... yeah. Okay. I'm gonna repeat something or reinforce something that I've said a lot when it comes to DS2, and when a lot of people, I think what a lot of people hate about it is the signifiers, certain signifiers that Dark Souls 2 makes use of that none of the other games in the series do, which is the way that it handles mini bosses and non-respawning enemies. And we're gonna go ahead and just. Amy says, no Dark Souls 2, hate Circle Jerk. Dark Souls 2 is a good game. Right, Amy? Yeah. See, she agrees. The use of signifiers. So a lot of people like to hate on the congregation in particular, but the congregation was actually the point where I realized that they're just using the language of bosses differently. That where in any other Dark Souls game, the congregation would have been a thing. Like you open the door and they're there, and there's a named-ish creature in the room, but the room is otherwise contiguous with the rest of the world. And you would kill the congregation, and then if you ever went through there again, they would just be gone. They would be a non-respawning enemy, the same as the cats outside Sif. And however, Dark Souls 2 chose to take all of those kinds of enemies and give them all the signifiers of bosses. It gives them the health bar at the bottom, it gives them the fog gate, and so you end up in this place where the bosses where there's like 30 bosses in Dark Souls 2, where all the other games have like 12. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, she's got me good. Ow. Oh, frick. Oh. Oh, dang. Ow. That hurt. So I can't reinforce. I kind of really don't know what I'm doing. No Estus shards. Alright. Alright, let's just find like a consumable or something I can buy a bunch of to drop some souls. What? Dark damage absorption. Bundle. These are all limited. You know what? Let's just burn 4,000 on Homebones, because I'm certain that at some point in the future I'm going to be doing something where I'm going to want like 80 of them. Alright. Hylord Wolnir, go back here. Titanite shards. Oh yeah, I guess I could have bought out her Titanite shards. Oh, ow. I also seem to remember something about, so Dark Souls 2 aimed for 60 FPS, but they just kind of transposed their animations from 30 to 60. So a lot of them end up kind of just feeling off as a result of that. Ooh. Pretty. Okay. Alright, we're at Irithyll. I recognize that name. Praise the Lord Cinder. Let there be happiness. Wait, was Bort? Or not Bort. That guy we just killed, was he actually one of the High Lords? Well, I mean, he says High Lord Wolnir. You know what, I'll check that next time I go back. I don't want to go through the loading screen all over again. I am also, in retrospect, a big fan of the subtle theming that Dark Souls 2 does with its travel. Alright, here's a bridge. Bridges are dangerous. Oh, yeah, there's... Ah! Oh. Also, that is totally just a recycled Bloodborne Chalice boss. Yes, going up the tower and ending up in a lava sea. So one of the things that Dark Souls 2 points out to you when you're in, like at the very beginning of it, is that the chosen undead in Dark Souls 2, whose name, or no, it's not the chosen undead. You're called the, oh crap, I don't remember the name. I don't remember the phrase they use. But you're at the very beginning when you encounter the witches tell you, you know, they point out to you that your memory has likely become spotty, and they kind of rib you about it. Like, do you even remember how you got here? All right. And so there's this kind of there's this implication that the chosen undead is just kind of drifting forward and is in a sort of fugue state and doesn't necessarily remember the in-betweens of the journey that they're making, that large portions of their journey are executed almost mechanically. And so the the unreal transitions going up an elevator into a lava sea uh, is this very kind of subtle way of telling that story, that you've gone from one point to another, but you have missed or forgotten the space in between. No, I don't think it is a Watsonian explanation to a Doyleist problem, because the environments are still quite deliberately connected. And there are okay. All right, I'll figure out something how to deal with this thing. I don't think it's a Watsonian. Like, I don't think there is necessarily that kind of conflict, because it is written into the game in multiple different ways and different places. That they do actually go out of their way to show you the map of Drangleek and the fact that it is a large place, and that they do make repeated references to to long journeys, and to the fact that your memory is spotty, and that you're not even entirely certain why you're doing what you're doing, or you know how you're getting to the places that you're arriving at. So so I think it's less of an issue of, oh, is it, yeah, there we go. Oh, what fresh hell is this? All right, hail is the wrong answer to this problem. So I think it's less of an issue of like, okay, is that what they're doing? Because I think that is what they are doing, and I think they are doing it intentionally. The argument would more be, did they succeed in communicating that well enough? Did they pull it off? Wait, is spook my invisibility? Oh, it's moved silently. I got a hidden body. I wonder if that'll help. Ah. See, and I feel like those are fair criticisms that, you know, I think Dark Souls 2 really is trying a lot of things, that it's not nearly as um, a lot of people kind of want to paint it as being just sort of this. It's like, oh well, it was made by a bunch of idiot kids who didn't know what they were doing, and it's just really poorly made, and they didn't get it. I think a much fairer and more realistic assessment of it is just that they were trying a lot of things that they didn't necessarily pull off. Um, I think they did get it. I think they also, I also don't deny the fact that they probably, like, it kind of was the B team. But I think just being the B team in and of its, like, doesn't mean they didn't know what they were doing. It just means that they weren't necessarily able to realize their vision quite as effectively. All right, get farther away. Basically, keep backing up. I think I think the magic impacts counting as stagger are unique to this, because that was very clearly like that was a visceral counter. This is a recycled model from Bloodborne. This was a scrapped boss in Bloodborne that wound up being in the awful chalices. Oh. I don't know. Let's try fire. We'll go to fire. I tried running from it, but I didn't make it to the other. It caught me. I got about 90% of the way down the bridge before it just caught up to me. So I'm gonna try fire orb. I have 10 endurance. So, yeah. All right, fire orb didn't work quite as well as I was hoping. All right, let's check my I could try bursting. What else do I have that might... Poison mist won't do anything to this guy. Fire surge means getting too close. No, because crystal hail. Those are the same. Heavy soul. What have I got? Great heavy soul arrow. Okay, you basically can't roll from that, like, at all. Because I really figured this, like, alright, if I roll backwards right as he gets to me, he should snap closed and I should be able to avoid it, but you can't. That doesn't work, so. And bursting fireball also didn't work. Sorcery is going to be the way to go just for the longer range, so maybe Great Soul Arrow? What have I got loaded up? Great Heavy, and I have Great loaded, so... You know what, maybe let's try once with Great Heavy. We don't really have anything to lose. Oh, if we can get one more off. One more off. I should have just switched to Farron Dart. But, alright, Pontiff's Right Eye. I feel like I got a little bit lucky with his attack pattern there, too. That he didn't lunge for me. So, actual question, can you in fact visceral that guy? Or wait. You know what, if I switch to my dagger, then it probably would be a parry. Like it would just be a parry attack. Door? Question mark? I don't know. Let's find out. Oh, that didn't work. Also, I need to reattune my spells. Bursting Fireball, I remember now, is very situational. Which is why Fire Orb was equipped. You're gonna kill me. There is no way that you are not a stealth enemy. I'm watching you, sucker. What are you up to? Too spooky for me. Alright. Then I saw a non... Alright, patrol there. Patrol there. Area back. Have I drawn? I have drawn attention. Okay. Too close to the wall. Aw, nothing. Oh, wait. There you go. Alright, gate. I really want it. I got pretty good at using a Call Beyond in the, like, vague sense that I could use it. I could actually manage to get it off in some valuable scenarios. But yes, Call Beyond is basically never worth it. Yeah. Alright, they don't seem to be particularly vulnerable to fire, so we're going to switch to sorcery time. No, come on. There we go. I don't know how that's going to work on... cutting through my mana, but also cutting through my enemies, so I'll take it. I feel like I'm going to get ambushed from behind. Large Titanite Shard. Alright. Alright. We're using incense lamps, good to see. Ow. Oh, crap. The Ashen Estus Flask was easily one of the best changes that they made. Best additions. Dark Souls 3, Game of the Year. Ashen Estus Flask, Game of the Year. Mechanic of the Year. There's more. I might need to actually use my sword. Come on. Group back up. Group back up. Fine. Waste my mana. I spit on you. Okay. I'm actually not sure if y'all are talking about Bloodborne or Dark Souls 3. I saw Maria, so I assume you're talking about Bloodborne. And I saw Augur, so I'm also assuming you're talking about Bloodborne. I want your spell, man. I really want your spells. Alright. Ow. Well, still counts. And I got Estus back from that. I'm not sure what's around these corners. Like that guy. Uh-oh. Alright. Item. Can I kill... Barely. Wait, what do we got? Okay. We can see down there. Okay, there's the gate. So there's where we came from. We came around here. So we haven't been down there yet. So we loop back around at some point. And or open that shortcut. My body says ambush. Let the spooky ghosts go. We ain't got no beef with spooky ghosts. You know what? It's worth it at the moment. Alright, stairs up. Guys who want to peel my face off. Shortcut. Large titanite shard. Yeah. Okay. All the way back because we didn't get to a shortcut of any kind. Oh, that sucked. They're all gonna respawn. You know what? I didn't even bother going to this gate. And yeah, predictably. Alright, well. I can't go through there. Okay, so from up here you can get a drop on that guy, go through there. It's a gate of some kind to somewhere, but that feels like it's moving further away from the bonfire. And I want to be moving towards the bonfire. Though at this point, if there is a shortcut near here, it will not be a very short cut. Oh, there's a bonfire right there. Alright, is it going to be a trap bonfire? Nope. It might be a trap bonfire. Alright, if this is a trap, burn my things. Proof of a Concord kept. What is that? Proof of a Concord kept. It's not gonna be spelt. It's not a crossbow. Oh wait, I got the Pontus right. I boost attacks as long as attacking persists. Oh, okay, cool. Wait, the blue. Well, what the heck was it? Oh, there we go. Proof a dark spirit was felled by a blue sentinel. Okay, so it's a faction item. Okay. And then what's down here? I should have been more careful. That's how you get yourself killed. Roster of knights. That's going to be a faction thing. Oh. I am burn it with fire. Burn it with fire. Anyone else? Looking to push me off? A fading soul. All that for a fading soul. All right. All right, can I stop freaking out? I feel like I can stop freaking out. At least you already killed the beast, so it won't chase you through the water. That sounds awful. I'm glad I killed the beast. I understand the pride in soloing these games. I really like co-op. I love co-op play. Huh, that's odd. Okay, so this setup right here, like let's back up a bit. Let's stand here. So this frame right here is a very common one in Soulsborne. Like this is exact setup is something that they use all the time. Where there is a thing that you want. So there's clearly an item that we can see that we want. There is a threat that we need to deal with, and so we see these two things and we immediately begin to formulate a plan. And then if we're not paying attention, we walk and there's an alcove or a corner or something, and then something jumps out of it. But in this case, there is nothing in the alcove. So I'm not sure what's up there, and also this thing is apparently like just far enough away that I can't actually hit it with my fireballs. And it's got like 5 hit points left. And it's gonna kill me. Alright. Alright, we should be able to ignore everything up here. Oh right, you in the corner. Yeah. Finish it off with a sword, reclaim our... So, there's a third. I should not be surprised that there is a third skull dog. Is that a human skull? Do you have a human-ish skull? Yeah, you've got a human skull. Alright, they're undead dogs with human skulls. Yep, they totally are. 100%. Undead dogs with human skulls. Kukri, rusted coin, and we never need to come down here ever again. Ever again. That's going to be someone bragging about how they got somewhere that's kind of tricky to get to. It's going to say dead end, I bet you. Money is, this says dead end. Time for Ember. Huh. Ugh. Look at that poor sucker down there. Look at him. Fighting those things. Okay. I figured I'd be able to like sneak along the rafters or something, and that I would not in fact need to actually like go down here to the land of 800 ghosts. like this. I need an adult. I see you. Oh, frick. That's... Oh. You jerk jumping down like that. Don't you realize other people might be playing in your general vicinity and be scared by your phantom jumping off that ledge behind them? I'm probably being just absurdly overcautious here, but this place gives me the willies, and I don't know it. Ah, what the? Like that, like that. Where are your floating eyes? Where are your floating eyes? Ah, ah. Fievel Goes West was a strange experience. Actually, I wonder if this might be actually a better spot for... yeah, Great Soul Arrow. Yeah, Fievel Goes West was a strange experience. It's largely obvious, like the cash-in that it obviously is. Oh, crap. No, that's gonna be bad. Hmm. Like, it's obviously a cash-in a lot of ways, and the animation, oh man, the animation was like super inconsistent. It would flip in, like, from shot to shot, from being kind of what you would, reasonably expect from a feature animation, to just being like really bad TV quality animation. So there's a cheapness to it. But it's a very inconsistent cheapness. That was a waste of mana. Alright. Okay. I want to kill you. Some days, when you've got to rely on the target lock, it's just gonna pop up and kill me. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, no, like when things actually get rolling, the villain is just is weird and freaky, and I was able to get a bunch of screen grabs that I am going to use as reaction images for quite a while. And yeah, now I'm getting stabbed by invisible ghosts. All right. Damn. Wait, what are you talking about? What? Upgraded Estus. What is this upgrade? You can upgrade your Estus? Oh, no, I don't think I've found any, like, Estus upgrades. Just Estus, charges. Wait, what? The undead bone shards? That's what they do? Inventory. What? Okay, so I'm going to admit that I did not notice that because I had assumed after Dark Souls 2 that those were the increase, that they were still an increase the difficulty of the area item. I did not in fact realize that they were an upgrade item and that I had 5 of them. So, yeah, we're gonna back up. Oh, we can go back to my general opinion on Dark Souls 2. I like Dark Souls 2. I think it's good. I think it's I really, really enjoyed my first playthrough, and I don't know if it's the PS4 version or just the wait, do I need to go? Wait, what did it say? Burn in the shrine bonfire. Okay, I do need to go all the way back to the shrine. I think Bloodborne, like I really, really, really enjoyed. I actually really enjoyed Dark Souls 2 on my first playthrough at the beginning of last year. But I think Bloodborne has ultimately spoiled me on playing Dark Souls 2 in any way other than defensive, just purely because the action is not nearly as tight as Bloodborne. And I mean, that phrase right there, the action is not nearly as tight as Bloodborne, applies to approximately every game ever. So Now, so one of the big things that I think, and I've been meaning to make a video about this in regards to Dark Souls 2, is the lost opportunity. Like there is definitely kind of a tragedy in the story of Dark Souls 2's development, which was that they had this really, really good idea. They had this great idea, this fantastic idea that that they were going to have a lot of gameplay contingent on light as a mechanic. That you were going to, it's like, okay, you're going to have light and you're going to have dark and you're going to have pitch black areas, and so you're going to need to use a torch. And this was their way of this is why I say, like, you can see those precursor ideas to Bloodborne, where they were trying to encourage a lot more aggressive play and a lot less defensive play, versus how people were actually playing Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1. Is that it's like, okay, if you have these pitch black areas where you need to use a torch, you're then using the torch in your offhand instead of a shield, and so you need to learn to roll and learn to parry and do all of this other stuff. But then the lighting engine was too demanding for the PlayStation 3 to ever run it at the 60 frames that they were aiming for, and so they had to pull almost all of it out, and as a result the game looks measurably worse. And there's entire areas, there's a handful of bosses that do not work as intended, like that, because the challenge in them, in their design, revolved around playing with light. That didn't work. Maybe I can hit them from here. I can get lucky. Ish. Alright, now can I clip the one and hit the other? No, not quite. Oh, 20,000. There's what I needed to buy the tower key if I want to go try that, whatever it is. Hey, that's a lot more mana per. Uh-oh. I need to kill you before you disappear. There we go. Dang it. Damn it. I could actually do a whole bunch of videos on Dark Souls 2. I actually kind of what I want to do, what I wouldn't mind, what I would like to do, is a Dark Souls retrospective, but basically aping Noah's auto-ethnographic format for it. Yeah, you disappeared. Alright, we're coming up on the moment when I realize that there isn't actually anything in this. Oh, wait, no, there's. Okay. I feel like this is going to be worth it. There's a ladder up to the rafters. There are, in fact, things to get. This will be worth it, I swear. I tell myself that so that I don't feel like I have wasted a tremendous amount of time. Alright, is that all of them? Maybe. I mean, I know there's that one up in the rafters that I saw. And I'll deal with that when I come to it. But I think that's all of them down here. And it turns out that indeed there's nothing down here to get. And so, lesson learned. Also, I think that one just disappeared. It just went invisible. It's gonna sneak up on me, isn't it? Screw it. If I'm at full health, I'll survive an attack. Shriving stone. Yeah, I guess that when I say Noah's style, I more mean I really do mean the autoethnography rather than the living in a van. I mean, don't get me wrong, living in a van might be pretty cool, but it gets pretty cold up here, and so living in a van is less a cool thing you do, maybe, and more just being homeless. No. Oh. Alright, there's that one from the mid rafters. I think it fell off. Like it went for me while I was climbing up, and then it fell down. So I think the room is actually clear now. Not keen on that drop at the moment. I know I can't go around that corner, as we just learned. Liar ahead. Look carefully, by the way, chest ahead. I wonder if that's just warning about the drop. Yorshka's spear. All right, I think we are actually... Oh, there's one. Aha. I see you. I can't hit you because I'm bad at aiming. But you're dead now, so I don't care. Alright. And even more of them, and they're running for me. Oh. It closed its eyes. Alright, I am going to do the wise thing and run back to the bonfire and buy some stuff, and then just run through the room now that we've cleared it. I got 32 of these. I don't think I really need more. I mean, if I do need more, they're only 800. I could easily get more. I think I'll hold on to the 4,000. Dark Souls 1 holds up. Demon's Souls... I don't think Demon's Souls really holds up. Purely because of the advances made by the other games. I think it's still perfectly playable, and it's still quite enjoyable, but if you've had any real exposure to any of the later games in the broader conceptual franchise, then you spend a lot of time playing Demon's Souls just kind of feeling like, oh man, these ideas are going to be so much cooler once they iterate on them in another two games, is kind of how it ends up feeling. So yeah, so that's kind of an awkward issue with that's kind of an awkward issue with Demon's Souls. I don't think it's bad, and particularly if you want to play something, like if you really want to uh, kind of go through the full history and really look at like, okay, the roots of a lot of the concepts and the mechanics. Like there's a very clear line of conceptual design between all of them. Ah, that's obnoxious. Uh, there's a very clear line of design between all of them, and so if you want to go back and basically visit Demon's Souls for uh, educational purposes, then it's still quite playable. You know, it's not like it's not quite a situation where you're going back to like say the roots of the real-time strategy genre and you're like, how did we ever even physically play these games? All right. I know you're there. There we go. Blood gem. I should look at what those actually do. Um, okay, so this whole plan of just run past everything still led to me killing about 3/4 of it. Unless those were the ones from... Oh no, it was the ones from under the bridge. So it was the ones down here. Alright, what have we got? We've got a waterway. There's an item there. There's an item there. We're just going to go up to full health because... And then we're going to timidly figure out what awful thing is going to happen to us down here. Are you an angel? What are you? You are a doodad. Or you are going to get... Alright. Good to know. Good to know. Alright, so I assume there's going to be more spider crab ladies in this water here. Alright, I see an item on the far side. Alright, what do we got? So we got an item over there. I'm not even super confident where I'm heading, like what my goal is. So, all right, spider ladies only take 2 fireballs. So we will just be alert. And we got some higher grounds. We can move. All right. Is that a cave? 2 spider ladies. There's an item there. Looks like we got a few items scattered around here. Follow the edge. Ah, sadness. That water looks too deep. I guess not. Alright, so there's a cave way over there. There's the sewer to currently my right. And then there's this path. Now, pointless. Now I feel like this would be a good place to kill yourself. I feel like going down there should shortcut to a bonfire of some sort, maybe. But we might be too far out. I've lost a little bit. I've kind of lost track of where we are in terms of circling around the original bonfire. And oh, well, there's the bridge. Okay, so there's the bridge we came in on. So the bonfire, the first bonfire, is at the end of that bridge. So somewhere that would go up into there probably is what's going to lead to that gate shortcut right by that bridge. But let's find out what's down here. another bonfire. Sweet. I am a little nervous that that's now the third bonfire in this area that we've come across without a boss. This area has got to be massive. No secret passage, but praise the dark. Well, okay, I think going backwards at this point, because there's actually a whole bunch of stuff that I've skipped. Like, I had already skipped a bunch of stuff between the previous two bonfires, and now, yeah. I'm trying to remember what my character looked like as a human. I think she's Furiosa. Oh. All right, at least two. All right, so this wasn't a cave. It just looked like a cave. So we've got minimum 2 spider ladies and whatever the hell that is. So Great Heal would be awesome if I were a Faith character. All right. I honestly could not tell you the thought process for why I'm using a Mail Breaker. I think it was purely because it's really fast, and I just needed something. I just needed something that would swing fast for finishing things off because of the number of times that you end up like throwing a couple spells at something and then it's got just a sliver of hit points left. And it's like, that's garbage. Alright. Oh, that's the trappiest trap ever trapped. That's a lot of them. Alright. Methodical. Slow. Boring. Safe. Dung pies. Amy status update. Adorable.
Would you like an Amy?
I'll take a floof. More dung pie. Nothing quite like crawling your way through an area only to get a whole bunch of items that you really don't care about or need. I guess dung pies have their use. It's just kind of, I don't know. It's disappointing. Hey Laura, what do you think about these hair skeleton?
That dress is far too fancy for running through the sewers, Dad.
This dress is exactly perfect fancy for running through the sewers and fighting giant hair skeleton spider women. Come on, Floof Cat. All right. All right, Floof Cat. Are you ready? Are you ready? Here we go.
She apparently is done floofing.
Well, maybe she just doesn't want to sit around my neck. She's very warm. I think she's going to settle on my lap. Maybe. All right. Wait. Estus soup? Is that some Estus soup? One of the things I really need to... Okay, behind ahead and then projectile ahead. One of the things I really need to commend Dark Souls 3 on is its ability to ratchet up the tension with areas of relative placidity in a way that the other games did not quite go for. Alright, I see you. I see you up there. Oh. Okay, so he fires his bow really fast and it hits really hard. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh. It is honestly one of the dangers of streaming any of the Souls games is the people who will then seek out streams specifically to gank streamers. I'm not saying it's a dick thing to do, but it's a pretty dick thing to do. Excrement covered ashes. Oh, I missed those the first time around, and that's gross. Alright, so should be able to get my souls back just fine. So I didn't realize that guy was an archer last time, so this time we know he's an archer, and will react accordingly, which is hit him and then get out of line of sight. And then figure out oh, that hit the ledge, but there we go, that should do it. And oh, double win. Yeah, fell forward. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to faith build in Dark Souls 2 right now, and it's painful. I'm also trying something in Dark Souls 2 that I've never really gotten into in any of the games, which is to um, actually do like heavy, slow, two-handed weapons. You know, the big mega chop weapons, and I'm dying a lot. I'm just really not used to it, and I'm not particularly good at it, and yeah, so it's going poorly. All right. Oh, hey. Praise the chest. All right. All right. Oop. I like getting all these large Titanite shards. I need more. I need a lot more. I gotta upgrade my flame. Okay. Oh. No monsters ahead. Yeah. Well, it'd help if I actually hit it. Smaug. I don't trust that sign. I don't trust the soapstone. I don't trust other players. They are duplicitous. Divine blessing. All right. That's a pretty good haul. Now I just have to assume that these urns are going to come to life and kill me. Oh, pretty close. They are full of dangerous toxins. Meow. Meow. She just tried to jump. She just tried to jump onto the back of the other chair and like completely missed and just ate it. Oh, oh, none of you could see that. Are you gonna come up? Are you gonna come up? You can come up. You can come up. Come on. There we go. Good jump, kitty. Good jump. Good jump. Good jump, kitty. All right. Where are we? I'm trying to reward her, so I don't mind her jumping up onto my lap. I'm just trying to reward her when she jumps up cleanly, like when she jumps all the way up, versus when she only jumps like halfway up and uses her claws to get the rest of the way. And I feel like I'm gonna get ambushed. Like, this feels like the kind of place where there should be dogs. Where they would normally put dogs. Illusory wall. I don't remember how. So this is actually an obnoxious part about the Soul series is they've changed how illusory walls work in like every installation, and I don't remember how they work in 3. Um, hey, hey, remember when I said this feels like a place where there should be dogs? Oh, crap, crap. So that was a pretty bad situation where I was like, okay, I'm gonna have hidden body ready so that I can sneak past the inevitable dogs that I know are coming, and then I didn't cast it. And then I tried fire orbing them, but I didn't have fire orb up. And I tried doing a lot of things, and it just really did not go well. And then I died, and now I'm running back to get my 25,000 souls. Even though 25,000 is a little more than 1 level. Yeah. Oh. Oh. I did not appreciate her having that few hit points left. You almost made that one, Amy. Almost. Alright. Now, are these Black Knights respawning or non-respawning? We'll find out in a second. And, cat. They are... non-respawning. Excellent. Oh, no. You used claws that time. No, you are not. No, no. You're not allowed on the desk. Alright. This is obnoxious. Oh, more dogs. I mean, in some ways, like, so that's a mechanic. So everyone's talking about the health loss, like basically the cat, no. She just tried to make a jump while she was sitting on top of a couple games, and so they slid out from under her, and she made it about halfway to the desk where she's not allowed. Yeah, she's being a little. She's a floof terror right now. She wants to be exactly where she is not allowed to be. She knows she's in trouble. I'm in trouble. That hurt a lot. Oh, well. There we go. Hitting the wrong button just cost me 30,000 souls. I've never played Overwatch. But yeah, so we were talking about the hollowing. So the health loss, in various ways, is one that they've played around with in every game. I mean, two's gradual loss is in many ways a solid improvement over, or it's an attempt at a quality of life improvement over the instantaneous like 50% loss that you were getting in the previous ones. I really, really hate it when you lose target lock right as you're casting and then turn around and cast something at the wall behind you. I made it through this area fine like the last 3 times, and now all of a sudden I'm like just turfing it. Oh, okay. That feels like a bit of a waste, but it's probably not. Refresh that. Get ready for the dogs. Ow. Ow. Right to the back of the head. Oh, that sucked. Okay. Let's get hidden body back up. I think it's just the two. I only saw two coming at me, so I think that's that. I think that's a reasonable approximation of safe. And an elevator. Elevators are good. Elevators usually mean shortcut. And gate. Gate means shortcut. Back to... Okay, I know where I am. That is indeed a shortcut to a bonfire. Ish. Oh, you sneaky... Alright. Well then what's up here and how quickly will it kill me? Pointless. Alright. Agreed. I never really got into the habit of leaving Troll. Oh, I know where I am. Relative to the overall geometry. Alright. I might regret that, but 5,700 is not a whole lot to lose. If it goes super poorly, like if, say, you pop up into a room full of spooks, and you then totally hit the wrong Ah, jeez. Ah, that's a lot of crap. But hey, that was a good shot. All right. Oh, joy. Well then. Um. Oh, okay. I'm actually a reasonable facsimile of safe. Uh, it's a long way to backtrack. So let's just hope we can safely make the run across this courtyard. Wait a second. Huh. I know I've got some stuff, so I'm actually going to travel back to Firelink. I'm also going to go to the washroom real quick. I will be right back. Watch something about Batman. For this exercise, we're going to be discussing Batman's behavior in Zack Snyder's Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. First, we're going to settle the question of, does Batman kill? And then afterwards, we're going to discuss the implications. For your convenience, I have added a timecode burn-in if you would like to find these shots and examine their context for yourself. For the most part, we will be tracking casualties, people dealt severe or life-threatening injuries, and only count fatalities in cases that are either confirmed or where survival would be considered miraculous. So, the first of note comes in our introduction to Snyder's Batman, with the human trafficker that Batman brands. Later, through a package sent to Clark Kent, we learn that people branded in this way are killed in prison, a dimension that Batman is clearly aware of as he threatens Lex with branding at the end of the film. So while this murder is not immediately performed by Batman, he is clearly complicit, or at the very least willfully negligent, in regards to it. Next, in order to track this correctly within the chaos that follows, we need to pay attention to both of these cars, noting that they're both in motion and pull to a stop. Car A on the left is hard to read, but given that it drove up with Car B, there is at minimum a driver. Batman, in his Batmobile, speeds down the ramp with the intent of ramming Car B, which pulls away in time for the Batmobile to collide with Car A instead. This collision strikes the driver's side of the car square on the driver's door with enough force to launch the car through the air in a rollover. It is then harpooned and dragged for several blocks. If the driver of car A isn't dead from all of that, then they are almost certainly finished off when Batman releases the harpoon in order to drop car A onto the driver and 3 passengers in car B. While all are likely injured from this, the impact is concentrated over the rear seat of the vehicle, almost certainly killing the 2 passengers sitting there. This chain gun equipped convertible SUV is occupied by a driver and gunner when Batman first shreds the vehicle with machine gun fire, inducing a flaming rollover, and then drives clear through the vehicle, vaporizing it in a fireball. In the most contentious, but included for completion, this sedan, occupied by a driver and a gunner, collides with a tanker truck, itself occupied by at minimum a driver, which explodes, almost certainly killing all 3. However, given that And we're back. Oh, yeah. Yeah, TDKR had that problem with the rubber bullets. Frick. Rubber bullets. Yeah, rubber bullets in a machine gun. I mean, the thing is that rubber bullets in reality are rubber coated. All right, so yeah, so I've got the mail breaker. I've got it infused +3, so it does magic damage. But I'm realizing now that that just gives it like a D scaling in intelligence. I don't know, these strength, dex, intelligence. Yeah, so it's still only got D scaling. I don't know. What even are my options? Sharp, refined. So crystal is C. Like, as far as my my stats go, crystal is currently the best scaling option that I even have access to. D. Maybe I just picked a lousy weapon to put that on. Dean, I don't know. So I haven't played any of the Arkham games where you've got the Batmobile segments, so I can't comment on that. But that does sound like exactly the kind of thing that the Arkham Knight, the Arkham games would in fact do. I really enjoyed, like, I love Arkham Asylum. The first one is great. It's fantastic, and it's totally well worth playing. But it does get really funny when it highlights, like, Batman doesn't kill, and then you're busy, like, punching people in the head and stringing them up by their legs and leaving them suspended in stress positions forever, or just kind of abandoning them in areas where it's like no one is ever gonna find you. Yeah, that's the same. That's the same in Arkham. In the first one, you've got an explosive gel that can blow through concrete, but you know, it just kind of knocks people out. Oh, I know why I'm using the mail breaker, because as far as weapons go, as far as my stats go, I can basically choose between the rapier, the mail breaker, and the dagger. Oh, I could use it. I could use a Kestis as well. Yeah. So my options are limited. I'd get C scaling if I went with the crystal Kestis. What would the rapier be? Crystal C. Well, that makes me wonder why is the mail breaker D scaling and not C? I guess it's also only +4 large titanite shards to... But before that, more important, really, by far, would be to reinforce Pyromancy Flame to +5. Alright, now that's up to chunks, so I can use the rest of my shards. Alright, reinforce weapon. You know, this is actually a good question. Do I continue reinforcing the Mail Breaker? Or do I switch to one of these weapons that'll actually give me a C scaling instead of a D? Yeah, I think that was part of why I actually grabbed it initially, is because I was actually doing a decent amount of parrying before I like forgot how to parry. And I was doing, and also I was using Hidden Body to sneak around for backstab. So I was actually at some point taking advantage of the high critical. You know, I'm not gonna worry about it right now. I'm just gonna continue to like crutch on my magic. Alright. I can work down in the distant manor. Now, I'm going to finish off this Church of Yorska area, because I've got that area around the corner that I haven't gone yet. Because, yeah, I do have... You know, I've got a small shield equipped, so clearly at some point I was, in fact, parrying. Okay, so this basically led me... You know what, I'm just remembering something that I didn't check. Oh, holy crap, there's stairs up. I didn't check to see if there's anything behind, and there isn't. They really like to hide stuff. I did not notice these stairs before, and now there's stairs. Or I shouldn't say and now there's stairs. There are stairs that I didn't see, and it looks like it's a down path only. Alright. Maybe there's like a ladder you knock down or something. Either which way, any which way. Yeah, already did that. Okay, so the main thing here that I haven't done actually, these guys were better handled with this. He's inside here and they're patrolling away. Ah! Okay, that can go through. Oh, you've got your shield up. I've got Estus. Alright. Pontiff Knight Shield. Nope. Amy's gonna give me a heart attack. She's gonna get quiet. Oh, she heard her name. She's gonna get quiet, and I'm gonna get super tense. And then she's gonna jump on something and make a loud noise, and I'm going to die. Like in real life. And then in game, I will have a heart attack. What? Alright, looks like from up there you can drop down and get that. A lightning gem. Oh. Hey, bro. That was stupid. That's how you get yourself killed. Bad habit, Dan. Don't do it. Stop it. Stop it. Pay attention. Wake up. Oh, okay. So that shortcuts-ish around a bunch of that stuff. I assume that shortcut's a lot better once that gate's open. For now, we need to go this. Wait. No, this just goes to a wall. Magic clutch ring. What? That sounds awesome. All right. Oh, those are all good rings. What does the magic clutch ring do, though? Increase magic attack, but compromises damage absorption. That... Okay, not at the moment. Maybe in the future. Okay, well... Huh, I thought this was the way through. But... it's not? Hmm. Right, the dogs are going to be respawned. Actually, all of it's going to be respawned. Does this really just lead? Because this goes into this chaos room. But was there like a door I didn't go out? Right. There was. Okay. Oh, dang. You came out of nowhere. Hard and fast. Alright. Alright, there's your pal. Oh. I should have. Oh, wrong way. All right. Progress will be made. Chairs will be rolled through. Okay, so downstairs, just make sure that the patrols don't smash me from the right. As long as they don't notice me, we're good. Okay. Don't fall down the elevator shaft. Though actually in this case, I think that fall is probably manageable. We're just going to go invisible. And spook so that we don't take fall damage. And refresh our invisibility. And sneak past everyone and get onto the stairs, where we're going to wait for hidden body, and then we're going to refresh it, and we'll get fire orb up and ready to go. Top up mana. Refresh hidden body. Frick. Oh, that second slash just, it goes, there's no iframes, and that is brutal. Ow. Oh. Okay. Alright, I know there's a guy down there. Because I saw him through the gate the first time. Unless we already killed him. Okay. Nope, there you are. There we go. That is a solid progress point. I am quite satisfied with that. All right. Now we run around like a dork, checking corners and basically inviting ourselves to get one shot stabbed in the back by a ghost. And it looks like nothing. So there's the drop. I don't really want to do that drop right now because it would mean fighting my way back up. And there's a fog gate. So let's see how this goes. Now, I'm a cheeseball, so I always check a boss. I always check a boss in PvE or in co-op before I do it. And this is for a couple reasons. One, because it minimizes my risk even if I do potentially pose a like awful burden to the person that I'm with. Generally I don't, because I am a ranged character, so it's rare that I'm gonna end up in a boss fight that I haven't seen before where it's like where I just can't do anything. So it minimizes my risk, gives me an opportunity to learn the boss. Also, potentially in Dark Souls 2 in particular, because Dark Souls 2 is freaking awesome and wonderful in its PvE, is that if you sit outside a boss area and you do the boss and you beat it, then you get all of the benefits as though you had rested at a bonfire. All right. Okay. Move. Okay. Well. Yeah, I really need to swap out Crystal Hail. I think the only reason why I keep it around is because I desperately kind of want it to be useful, and realistically, there's not a whole lot else that I could have loaded up at the moment that would be better. Like, I've got Great Soul Arrow for a slightly cheaper one. I mean, really, I mean, I guess I probably should replace it with Crystal Farron Dart, uh, just for an even smaller, faster, cheaper attack spell for finishing things off. Um, I had some of the other, like the mist spells up for a while, but they're unfortunately really situational. It took me they actually function very strangely in 3. So, I know I never I mean the hail spells are one of those ones that they are actually pretty useless, but there's every now and then there's a situation where they're like the right answer. And since the opportunity cost is actually pretty low, I just stick with it. It's like, why not? Wait, do I have enough? Wait, do I have enough faith? I got 15. Wait, why do I have 15 faith? I feel like that was a mistake. Like, there was a low-level spell that I wanted to be able to use, but it wound up not actually being useful. I really want my crystal soul arrows. I want my higher level soul arrows. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I don't have. I really want Soul Mass back. I don't have it yet, and I haven't looked up where to go get it. I mean, there's a good chance. Yeah, Ember restored. Now the debate. So 27,000, so I have basically one level worth of souls. Do I pull a couple helpers and try to kill it myself? Do I head back? Where are you? Let's summon a couple phantoms. Oh wait, are these just... Oh, Ah, these are NPCs. Alright. But hey, I just learned 2 new emotes. So, there's that. Alright. Alright, Laser Pope. uh... Okay, so he can close distance like nobody's business. Alright, now it gets... I am going to get out of this corner. I must say, I am reasonably impressed by my NPC's ability to stay alive. No, no. One more hit. One more hit. Bam. Man, those were some of the... Those are like some Bloodborne NPCs. Part of the other reason... I mean, I don't know. Like, I debate this honestly when I'm streaming the Souls games. Is that part of the reason why people kind of tune into these is to watch people die over and over and over and over again. But in my mind, that's also not entertaining. But also in my mind, watching someone stand at the back and just soul arrow something to death is also kind of, in a way, not entertaining. So I don't know. I debate it. Well, okay. The reason why I say Bloodborne-esque NPCs is because we just finished a few back in early December. We finished going through the old hunters, and like we had this one NPC on Lawrence. Like we summoned the NPC before Lawrence, and man, he did an amazing job at staying alive. So Maybe I should do something about this 10 vigor. I could bring it to 12. It would actually, let's see, 50 hit points is, so 400 to 453 is a 20% increase. No, not quite. 18% increase. That's my starting luck. Like, that's whatever my class started with, was 12. I haven't put any points into it. I also don't know how to respec. Yeah, that I'm dying in so few hits that I think even just getting my vigor up to 15 over the next few levels is gonna be a pretty decent idea. What else have we got? All right, what's that get me? What looks to be new? I think the dung pies are new. And if there's anything new in like the weapons and armor, I don't think I'd be able to recognize it. Sage's big hat. 10,000 souls for Sage's big hat. Ooh. But I do like my current set. I like my set. Alright. Well, I actually am using the deep ring. Or, no, I've got the Saint's ring. What have I got? Yeah. Rosaria in Cathedral of the Deep is where you respec. Where's Rosaria? Soul Greatsword sucks. Not because it's bad, but because it's really, really bad and awkward to try and use properly. Wait, no, she wants me to join a covenant. Do I need to join her covenant? See, this is one of the, like, actual kind of problems with the Souls games, is there's an obliqueness to it. And, I mean, a lot of the previous games I know quite well, but this one I haven't done all the reading up on. I haven't finished it yet. Like, this is still blind. So there's a lot of things in here where it's like, yeah, I just don't know. So it's like, go respec, and it's like, join, you can respec, but I like being in the Covenant of the Sun. I don't want to join, blah. Okay, let's see. Is paid in pale tongues. Rebirth can be performed 5 more times during this lifetime. Yeah, sure. Yeah, so it just brings me back down to like my basic stats. So I can't actually tank my luck any lower. Wait. Where are my slots? So 5 down to 3. I only need really. Oh, there we go. It's got my original stats right there. So I did level my faith, and I really did not. I really shouldn't have, because it actually wasn't useful. You know what? Just moving those things from. It's like 10 o'clock. Just moving those things from faith to vigor. I mean, that takes my hit points from 400 up to. I mean, it functionally doubles my hit points. Yeah. Okay, so there's. All right. Magic will be removed if the attunement slots have been lost. Yeah. The attune was removed. Alter appearance. Paid in pale tongues. No. Leave. All right. Actually, it ditched the one that I probably should have ditched. Keep. Yeah, Great Soul Arrow for something faster. Fire Orb for AoE, and because fire, Great Heavy Soul Arrow for when you can sit back and actually like smash stuff. Hidden Body because it's useful, and Spook because it's Spook. And fall damage is the worst, though. I really wished, I so wanted Pestilent Mercury to actually be good. It cost me a lot of souls, and it sucks and isn't useful at all. And I'm sad. Oh, that was right. Poison Mist weirdly requires faith. Replenishment. There was one of the ones that I had got my faith up in order to use. Yeah. And Poison Mist requires faith, strangely enough. Bursting fire. Wait, Fire Orb. I can't use Fire Orb anymore. Right. Oh, crap. Well, I guess maybe Flash Sword then. Huh. Man, I don't know how I feel about this. I really like having the split damage. Also, the ability to lob Fire Orb is super useful, as well as the AoE. So, I might be coming back here in a bit to just kind of tweak that a little bit. And or actually, I guess I only need like one more point of faith in order to use Fire Orb, so that's conceivably actually pretty easy to... All right. Soul I'm gonna say no on soul orbs. Soul arrows are better than Fire Orb because of a utility function rather than a pure damage to time to mana cost analysis. They're particularly, I mean, as we saw going through those ghosts where you can't actually target them, the fact that Soul Orb is, or that Fire Orb is immensely easier to blind fire is something that I don't discount. It's really easy to fall into optimization traps where you optimize around factors that neglect how people actually play the game. This was an argument I've had about 8 trillion times with people in World of Warcraft. You know, you would always get these debates over spec optimization, and it's like, well, this, you know, this trinket over that trinket, and you've got to factor in, you know, people would just do it without factoring in cognitive load or reflex speed, that a lot of times, particularly since I was playing a healer, and your cognitive load is already so high that cooldown trinkets are significantly less, or I shouldn't say less valuable, are of less certain value. I didn't know those things were there. You know what? I'm just going to run back to the bonfire and respawn them. Now that I know they're there. Wait. Is that a different door? Or can I not go back where I came from? Okay. Oh, invaded by dark spirit. Yay. Nothing I love more than dark spirits. Oh, this one even, like, glitches around just the same as if it were a human. Good enough. Wait, was that an actual invasion, or was that a scripted invasion? I actually do not know. Oh, what? Where are my lizards? I didn't get my lizards back. Oh well. So is this now generically a invasion spot? Is that just how... Oh wait, no, I'm... human? How do I get my... How do I look human again? I don't remember. Yeah, I got a haircut. Also, Martin, first person to pick it up that I'm role playing as Dusk of Ulasil, because indeed I am, because she's the best, and I love her dress and I love her set, and I'm also using her spells, because she's awesome and cool, and I want to be like her when I grow up. There is no way that this isn't bad news. Like, these statues are going to come to life and they're going to smash me. I can guarantee that's it. Yeah, no, I know that, but apparently I don't know it well enough to remember it for more than like 30 seconds. I blame the fact that we went and did all of like that respecking stuff, and in that span of time I normally would have sucked and died. I also, to a point, actually play the game. Aldrich Faithful, Sasha Grey. Alright, so I'm gonna... yeah, and of course, naturally. See, here's the core problem with these areas, and why I'm actually just going to stand here and let them kill me, because I hate PvP areas, because the inherent problem is that so I'm going to try to walk through this area, but I'm PvE spec'd, and more than that, I'm also spec'd for the assumption that I'm going to be spending an awful lot of time doing co-op, so I'm a ranged character. So what's essentially going to happen is I'm going to walk through and I'm going to get invaded by people who have built their character around PvP. And so I'm just going to get jumped and die. And it just kind of sucks. It really sucks because in the difference between PvP and PvE in this game is oceans in terms of how you're going to build your character and what they're going to be good at. Who is this? So these people are going to want to... screw it. There we go. I really, really like the embered look, though. We already saw it, actually, the difference, like, in 2 invasions there. Oh, there we go. Come on. Wrong spell. What a joke. I'm bad at video games. No, no, kitty, no. You're not allowed on the desk. You're not allowed on the desk. That is why you're not allowed on the desk, is because you're going to go nip at that stuff. Alright.
Would you like me to take Amy?
Hmm?
Would you like me to take Amy?
Aw, she's largely behaving herself.
Okay.
She just snuck past me when I wasn't paying attention. And now that you're here, she's coming to sit and stare at you and mule in the most adorable way possible. Alright.
I accidentally kneed her in the face a few minutes ago.
Oh no! What happened?
She was doing her thing where she runs up and leaps up in the air in front of you,
Oh yeah?
both paws up. But she did it at an ambush angle as I was walking around the couch, so I didn't know she was coming. And so she sort of hurled herself directly into the path of me and took a knee to the face.
Oh no. Oh.
So then scrambled under the couch and stared at me for a few moments and then came right back out to keep leaping at me.
Check out this guy's double to nitrous. This fake. This is fake. This is fake PvP. Because the PvP areas always have fake PvP too. There we go. Yeah, the bow doesn't really do anything anymore, does it? Oh, also, I can't use it anymore. Period. Ah. I already killed your fake friend. Look at you fakers. Yeah, true. Does it actually? It doesn't have any weight. Alright, the giant got up. Because I got the ember. The giant got up. Those guys up there are still going to be firing at me. I wonder if there's a spot where I could get a lock on them. You know, the giant doesn't seem to care about me either. Alright, that didn't go as planned. That definitely didn't go as planned. That triple didn't go as planned. I will stop telling you when it didn't go as planned, and I will inform you once things start going as planned. Alright, Dusk. In retrospect, I should have actually just named my character Dusk. I mean, why not, right? At this point. Oh, hey. Come on, lock. Lock. There we go. And it's so my favorite when things get knocked back out of lock range. Yeah, that is kind of fun. Yay! Nothing quite like fighting the target lock. I enjoy it so much. Alright, let's switch to a different spell. Because this fat bastard seems intent on... Can I get a backstab on him? Alright, lunge at me. Nope, can't get the backstab. Well, I shouldn't say can't, didn't. Oh, hey, there's something I need to do. Alright. There we go. Okay, alright. Now that I have used up all of my potions and whatnot, I can grab this item up here. I have lost my purpose. I don't actually know where I'm going or what I'm attempting to do. Now normally I build into Sorcerer a lot later in the game. Like I start off a lot more weapons focused and then move into Sorcerer. Like just kind of build it up and then you know, bit by bit as you go. Because once you get into the end game, it's not too trivial to get a second stat up to 40 or so. Okay, there's just a bunch of space down here. Okay, so this is more of the, like, hey, people really dig this for PvP. Alright, let's see how this works. Uh-oh. Dark stone plate ring. You know what? I've used up so many resources that I think a trip back to the bonfire would be smart. Or you know what? I've got enough health now. I mean, I'm out of potions, but I've got enough health. I can go just double check that area up there since I know it's clear of dudes. And basically just kind of... Yeah. And then when I have mana again, I can come back and kill the giant on the next round. Alright. Don't want to go through there yet, because we don't know what's through there. We just want to scout the edges, make sure we didn't miss anything, any items, since we can more or less do that without getting harassed. I can definitely see why this area is a favorite for PvP, though. Frick. Alright. Good to know. Yep. The Romans didn't use the word Heil in its current form because the current form of the word Heil is a Germanization merger between the Romance languages and the Nordic languages, so the word Heil didn't actually exist in Roman, which was Latin. Where did I put that other one? Also, your argument is fundamentally and willfully ignorant of the current signify, or the current semiotic texture of the word. Oh man, that thing actually doesn't have a whole lot of hit points. Alright. Now, this one's not one? Okay. Be wary of tough enemy. Alright, up the stairs. I know there's an archer up here, so let's... I know there's an archer somewhere around up here, because they were shooting at me, but I didn't actually get a solid sense of where they were. Oh, there they are, up there. That's actually pretty far away. Okay. And I think they do have line of sight to that shard. Yeah. Alright. Where else? I think it's just the one that I've been dealing with so far. But knowing this game, there's never only one. Alright. Binoculars. Let's scope this out. Can't see from there. I feel like I hear something. Okay, so there's... Is that a second one up there? I think that's the second one up at the top of the ramp. So we got two, maybe a third down lower. Alright, so I gotta figure out how to get over there. And then... Okay. Like this. Oh, hey. Ooh, large titanite shard. Alright. Trap. But hey, it might actually be easier to get proper... uh... No, my item. I actually didn't have too hard a time with these guys. In Dark Souls 1, specifically because I did end up being magic, or at least getting at least a decent bit of magic towards the end. Actually, wait, no, I wound up being almost full sorcerer by the end. But purely because it was like, okay, hidden body, sneak up behind, backstab them, which is what I'm going to try on this other one. Nope. Yeah, I've got a pretty strong no Nazis policy. Also, let's see, no homophobic slurs, no transphobic slurs, no racist slurs, no gendered slurs. Basically, I like my chat to be a nice chill place where people want to talk about, if people want to talk about movies or books or narrative theory, or if they want to talk about the game design, uh, history, language. You know, there's lots of really cool things that I like people to talk about in chat and that I want people to talk about in chat. And calling each other, you know, awful names and stumping for fascists is not anywhere on that list. So, yeah. This one is actually not that easy a backstab to get. Like, that's kind of terrifying. Um, but, I mean, hey, it totally worked. So, alright, just refresh Spook, refresh Hidden Body, switch back to the sword, grab my souls, and kick him off the edge. Yeah, down you go. And you totally survived on the ledge below me. Dang, man. Why you gotta be like that? Ah, caught on the geometry. Easterner's Ashes. Cool. More items from what's her name. Also, I totally thought that guy was on the same ledge as this, but he's not. So, also that's an area I can go up. All right. We're just going to keep doing this. We are going to one-trick pony our way through here. Wait, where's that other archer actually standing? Wasn't there a fourth? Like... where the heck was he? How am I losing track of him? So we came up here. Oh, he's two more over and down, and I don't know if you can actually get there at this point. Okay. So let's see. That goes back down to... okay. So if I had come around, then this is an alternate way up rather than dropping down. Okay. And then there's the guy I knocked off. I think I saw another one. Yeah, there's another one there. Is there anything... I am very reticent to drop down there because it looks like once you're there, you're basically working your way all the way back down to the bottom, down those ledges. So, gonna pass on that. Let's maybe get some health back. And faster cast. And start casting. Ah! Damn it. Target lock. You died. And what's back here? Okay, so that guy's just an ambush. Silver Knight ambush. I guess the backstab is largely contingent on actually getting the backstab. Going to try that again. Okay. That's a little obnoxious. So we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. You, on the other hand, we should easily be able to get rid of. And then that leads down to a tower and a walkway back into that building. Also, there's a door at the end of that walkway that I kind of peeked in but didn't go in. And we've got a door here which leads to bonfire. I feel like it should be a bonfire, but I also feel like it might not be. I am sufficiently spooked. All right then. Cool. $39,000 is enough to get those last couple points. I don't know, whenever I see stuff like that, I always, whenever I see chat talking about stuff like that, I always debate whether or not I should take the hint or pretend I didn't see it. I mean, clearly I'm coming up on something. Is that a bonfire? Anne Orlando. It's actually just straight up Anne Orlando. Well, I mean, it's one of those things. Like, I mean, you're focused on chat, or you're focused on the game, and so there is a lot of chat that you do just straight up miss. Like, it goes by. Um, yeah. Okay. So, I mean, this is pretty clearly gonna be a Smog. Smog V 3.0. Smog. Also, that guy is... yeah, let's mulligan that one. Okay. So we got a patrol on the right. We've probably got a patrol on the left. We got the giant doors. Now the question is, can we go straight through the giant doors? Maybe, maybe not. All right. So to get this party started, we're gonna hidden body so that we can sneak up and get a good sense of what's ahead of us. Okay, so we got these guys who got them spears and they got them engagement range, and they've also got a dragoon style. Cool. But I can hit them faster. All right. Silver Knight stuff. Now, sword guy should be a little bit more straightforward, in that he's just going to want to chop my face really hard. There we go. 44,000. I know I just went through all of that to kill those two guys, but the more I think about it, the more I should buy those levels. Alright, get that up to 27 for the round. 1,000, and then I've got 24,000 left, 21,000 to level up. So attunement's fine, endurance fine, vitality's fine. I want to say it was 40 the first cap, or is 50, or it's 25. No, that's Bloodborne. What what are the numbers in... I could also just take that 1 point into faith so that I could use Fire Orb for the times where it's valuable. Like things that are weak against fire. That's the other big thing. I don't know, maybe that's just a Bloodborne thing, is I'm so used to things having either a significant arcane resistance or a significant fire resistance that it's like, nah, you don't wanna stack a single damage type at all times. 40 is the first cap, 60 is the second cap, so 50 is basically, you can get it to 50, and then after that you might as well just put your points elsewhere. Alright, you know what? Yeah, 40 is good. I'm going to tick up that 1 point of faith, because I don't really need any more than that for the spells that I actually use. And then from here on out, I can basically just boost intelligence until it's worthless, purely for bonus damage. But $60 isn't okay. Yeah, I don't know, they reshuffled all of the points, or like all of the... I spent so much more time actually digging into the math of Bloodborne than any of the others that I kind of got really used to that. I mean, all of them have had those, you know, different breakpoints, and certainly if you go on long enough, then you might as well just send something to 99 because, you know, whatever. What else are you going to spend souls on? Oh, I thought I was going to roll in time. Oh. That one was set to be fine, and then I made it not fine. Maybe I should just mulligan that. I totally should have used the more powerful one for that opening, because his back was to me. It was a freebie. I'm nervous just walking around here. Silver Knights kick my ass pretty hard if I make mistakes, so... Fortunately, no Speartail Gargoyles. Yet. Oh, I was hoping that was going to be a room. Is there a blacksmith over here? Ooh, kind of. Hey, man. You don't look so good these days. Giant's coal. Sweet. R.I.P. Giant Buddy. R.I.P. All right, this part's pretty. This part's giving me some feels. It's pretty cool. All right, we got some deacons down there. Oh, can you get out the old window? No. Nah, you can't get out the old window. Someone got around to fixing the window. Huh. It makes me nervous. I think this is pretty good as both a reference to Dark Souls 1 and as an efficient reuse of assets. I mean, they've actually obviously done a solid pass on the stuff, like just to, you know. Oh, just to give it a bit more, you know, a shine, and obviously they've done a lot of work on it, but it's an effective starting point for building something new is to just import the old geometry and then work on the textures and grid it up and all of that. There's 3 of them down there. No. To the face. Alright, lock onto that one. Kill it. Come on. Roll timing, Dan. Roll timing. there's more of them. I hate these freaking deacons. There we go. Proof of a Concord kept. Alright, that's another faction item. Oh, we got more of them down there. One. Alright. Put that up just to prevent drawing aggro on like 30 other things. And it's still gonna have like one hit left. There's more. All right, does the gate open? All right, well, let's just DFA this guy. Wait, where is he? Oh, there he is. Okay. All right. Alright, door doesn't open. And there's a discount Dark Beast Parl. No. I really wanted that door to open. The deacons are now a bigger problem. Oh, crap. Does that open the doors? Yeah. Okay. Did it have? Was it this kind of a rotary switch? I thought it was a. I'm probably not remembering the details terribly well. Okay, so. Hmm. And Orlando is a bit of a blur for me. Wait, does it just go all the way back up? Yeah. Ah. Ah, crap. Stuff. Garbage. Living piles of excrement. Alright, now I'm basically out of health. So, let's go invisible. Let's go less visible. And run back to the bonfire now that we got the door open and don't need to go all the way around and through like 8 hojillion things. Yeah. Now, a thing to keep in mind, and here's something that, you know, I remind people of when it comes to Evangelion, is that for many Japanese developers, oh, are you going to go off the edge? No, no, not quite. Mulligan, mulligan. Okay. For many Japanese developers, the trappings of Christianity are used entirely as aesthetic rather than having specific meaning, or rather having a meaning that is not necessarily the same as it is in our dialect, in our cultural dialect. That Japanese developers will lift from Western religions in the same way that we'll lift from, say, paganism, as a general aesthetic, but not something with specific eschatological meaning. Alright, well, if you're gonna stop coming. You know, I mean, and think here's actually a decent point of comparison. Is think of the conversations recently surrounding the use of Eastern like of Asian aesthetic in Doctor Strange. Where you have people who, you know, as a active part of their life, practice Buddhism and Shinto, uh, so to them, the kinds of generic symbol, or what the artists behind Doctor Strange feel are sort of generic symbols evoking the idea of Easternism, uh, are to people living that, like, it is like it's not a generic Eastern symbol. It's a just kind of weird riff on a active and core part of their lives. And so we look at something like this and we're like, oh, well, it's clearly like it must be a comment on Catholicism or whatnot. And to the designers, they're like, nah, we're just riffing on, you know, to them, they're just riffing on the generic idea of Western architecture, of Western religious architecture. Oh, these frickin' ceiling dropping brain sacks have so much health. It makes me sad. I feel like if there's gonna be some place to drop, it's not actually gonna be in there. Actually, you know what? It's probably just gonna be down at the summon sign. Bring fire bombs. Or not at the summon sign. Down here. This thing. Fire pit. Everything that's not fire. Oh, so you're saying... Oh, yeah. Now it's Dan's chance to shine. Tar monsters. Oh, I rested at the... You know what? Why was that not working? Sword guy is gonna be on us soon. Oh, that's gonna kill me. Nope. I survived. Is it gonna let me use the... Nope. That's gonna kill me. There we go.
You like a kitten?
I love a kitten.
She has been dozing on her blue blanket upstairs, getting her hair into it.
How are you, kitten? Feeling sleepy? Oh, there you go. My summon sign disappeared. All right, let's not screw this up quite as spectacularly again. And oh, Kitten wants to follow you upstairs because you're walking. Stats in Soulsborne are actually kind of a mess. There, I said it. Someone needed to say it. Everybody's thinking it. Yay! I like pyromancy. I really wish that it was a lot more, like, viable. No. I should actually check the stream quality and see how this has actually been doing. I don't know. I'm kind of it's been handling it okay. And oh, hello, Kitten. No, you don't get to go on the desk. You're not allowed on the desk. No. No. The blurriness is probably because I still have I've just left all of my settings for Twitch optimization, which means like 720p. So, yeah, it probably lags a bit. And how do you get to Irithyll Dungeon from here? What? I don't... What? Is there a shrug? Oh, no, kitty. He wants to voice chat with me, I suppose. Alright, let's... I... If things are going haywire, cat's stepping on the audio board. Alright. You're not allowed on the desk. Like, that's a really weird thing to be, like, standing here and summon someone so that you can, yeah, just look it up. Go, kitty. know, somewhere. No. This is weird. What's even going on? Someone's. Why would you do this? I kind of want to load up voice chat and just be like, what? But that feels kind of, I don't know, that feels inappropriate. Like mean, mocking. I don't know. I think I should probably just I want to fight Yorm the Giant boss fight. Do you know where? Do you know where he's at? No, I don't. Yeah, what do people think of the haircut? I don't know, like it's a little, I don't know. I think it's got to grow out just a tiny bit, but I wanted something, not just a straight buzz. So I went and got a fade. Because I've got a meeting later in the week where I this far. Nah, I've shaved my head actually, like, I've shaved my head to skin before. It's not fun. It's, so you need even just a, like, thin layer of hair to really kind of manage temperature. And I shaved it all off. Do you have any extra ember I can have? Wait. What? Why? Yeah. I mean, I trim it down pretty short sometimes, but I'm never going unless nature forces me. I'm never going straight actual like shaved shaved ever again. It's actually really uncomfortable. So kitty. So kitty. There we go. Let's maybe try that. Maybe that was a one-off. Let's maybe try that again. Yeah, so it was actually, when was that? That would have been 2005, I think. But yeah, so I shaved it all the way down, and it was the summer, and I figured that it's like, okay, well, shaving it all the way down, like, June is the best time to do that. Like, it's the time you're best going to kind of get away with that. And I discovered that it was actually like either really, really hot or really, really cold. Because you don't, it turns out that even having just like any hair at all, even like taking a number one to your head, like, and just barely there, like a couple millimeters, um, is still enough to kind of keep a nice little pocket of air. Uh, what? What? I feel like I should be mildly offended in some way. Like, I'm pretty sure that's racist. Night Satan's best buddy. Oh, oh, Katie. You want to go on the desk, but you're not allowed on the desk. And where did... Are we going? I don't know. Are we waiting for... I feel like we're waiting for another... Also, his knights seem to have a very... What? Weird patrol path? Like, are they glitching? Are people at this bonfire just high all the time? Is that what's going on? Is this the get stoned and hang out at a bonfire? Is that what's going on here? Usually once a week, Mondays. Typically Mondays. All right. I like that 420 praise it. Alright. What fresh hell awaits us? Aldrich, Devourer of Gods. Holy crap! Oh, wow. Okay. Oh. I moved just in time for that. It is nice to see that they, someone took the time to rebuild all the pillars after we, like, smashed them all 800 years ago. Alright, Cam's dead. Oh wait, what's going on? It's like tar stuff. Oof. Well, that's kind of wild. Yeah, I definitely want to do that with some people again. That's pretty wild. Oh, the arrow rain. Nah, the arrow rain's easy to figure out. It picks a target, it follows it. You can use the stubs to hide from it, or roll, basically counter roll through it, or just kite it around the room. Yeah, the arrow rain doesn't seem to be too rough. I mean, I shouldn't say too rough. It's easy to figure out. It is pretty clear. Oh, excuse me. Pretty clear how it behaves. So. I should maybe look up some stuff like where to get more of the crystal spells. Would I consider streaming bullet hell games? No, no, purely because I'm not that good at them. Like, and by not that good at them, I mean really bad at them. Actually, I maybe I'll try one at some point, purely because Undertale gave me a better understanding of like how bullet hell games even work. Like, I it took me a while to realize that bullet hell is actually about like negative space. Which the moment I realized that, I'm like, oh, that's actually really cool. It's that you've essentially got, that you have a safe spot, in an otherwise hostile thing, and you're really just moving through the safe spot. So you need to the change in mentality is that you're not actually thinking about dodging projectiles actively. You're simply finding and then following a safe spot as it moves around the screen. And once I realized that that's actually sort of the core idea, I was like, oh, that's actually really cool, and it helped me a lot for getting through the rest of the harder fights in Undertale. But no, at the end of the day, I'm still like quite not good at them. That one keeps dropping down right on top of me. All right. Oh yeah, that does way more damage. Ah, dang. That's a good chance. Where are we at? Where are you at? Where are you at? There we go. Good fight. Good fight. That guy's character design is pretty tight. I got to admit. I have no idea what hipster game means. I mean, if you mean that it's popular, is that what hipster game means? It's popular with people. People like it. Enjoying things is bad. Actually, thing you like is bad. Actually, hate to break it to you. Fun is bad. Why Dark Souls is not good, actually. The think piece. You know what? That was fun. Also, now I've got like 50,000 souls. I'm gonna do that again. I like PvE. I like co-op PvE. I have a lot of fun with it. It's way easier than doing things solo, but I kind of don't care because I enjoy it and it's fun, and having fun is really important and is nice. And I don't take the like OMG super hardcore challenge of these games too terribly seriously. I mean, there have been some things, like I have legitimately solo beaten some incredibly hard things in these games, but I mean, at the end of the day, I can't even really parse them out. I don't remember specifically what they were anymore. So why bother? Wait, didn't you invade me once? Didn't this guy invade me once? Maybe. Yeah, it's got so much more to offer than difficulty. I mean, difficulty's definitely there, but I mean, they've also got some really cool lore, and they've got really great, really cool world design. And where did Klaus go? Oh, he's just gonna run. He's just gonna book it. Klaus just gonna book it. Yo, Klaus, this knight gonna chase you. And now he's gonna kill me. Because he did eventually turn around. Bad form, Klaus. Bad form. You know what? I'm just gonna use that because oh, dang. That one's my fault. That one's all on me. I ate that to the face and I deserved it. Ouch. Alright, where are you at? There we go. Alright. Ah, no, kitty. No, no. What does Tumblr game mean? What does that mean? What makes something a Tumblr game? Is it that it's popular and people like it? Is that what makes something a Tumblr game? No, I don't have the Dark Souls 3 DLC yet. Oh, you're getting nippy. Okay, you get to go down. If you're going to bite, then you can sit on the ground. So, it's a game that's defined by the fanaticism of its fan base. So is Dark Souls a Tumblr game? I would say that Call of Duty is almost universally defined by the fanaticism of its fans. It's got to be the Tumblriest game of them all then. If you haven't played it, and I would say you should play Undertale. Undertale is a fantastic game full of heart and passion and wit, and it is a lovely game. It is a wonderfully challenging little game. It's got good characters, like it has memorable characters, a fun little story. It's full of lots of little surprises. It's eminently shareable. I mean, some of the things that you're describing in terms of like, oh, well, it's a Tumblr game. It's defined by the like fanaticism of its fan base. Really, I mean, what you're essentially saying is it's shareable. And if true, like if you think about it, like, yeah, it is a very shareable game. And isn't that great? Like, that's awesome. You know, think about how many games want to be shareable. I mean, Dark Souls, I would actually very strongly argue that Undertale and Dark Souls have an incredible amount in common because they're very, you know, they are very shareable games. They're full of a lot of things that hook into people's, like, their imagination and their emotions, and they want to then share that and, you know, reference it with other people. I mean, think about how many references we've already dropped, you know, casually this evening, like just a while ago. 420 Praise It, that's hilarious, but that only makes sense in the context of, you know, the shareability of Dark Souls as a series. And I think we've inherited a certain amount of cynicism that says that, you know, shareability, that passion, that liking things, that you know, enjoying things unironically is uncool, and that irony is where it's at. And I think we do ourselves a tremendous disservice and close ourselves off to a good chunk of the human experience by doing that. The thing is, okay, so the thing is that Oscar bait is much more provable. I mean, and people have already mentioned this, but Lindsay has a good breakdown uh, of it. So the thing is that the Oscars, as a monetary incentive, are so much more real than anything that exists in video games. Uh, the idea that you would create something like Undertale to get as big as Undertale is ludicrous. The odds are so phenomenally against you that the only way you could possibly do it would be to create something just legitimately good. Uh, because games don't have a mechanism like the Oscars. And that's the important thing, is that because games don't have a mechanism like the Oscars, there really isn't quite that equivalent. Um, because the returns aren't there. Now, that's not to say that you don't end up with stuff that isn't derivative, stuff that isn't catered to a certain audience, and maybe even, yes, catered specifically to the tastes of critics. But the thing is that Oscar bait exists as an artifact of industrial incentives. That it's not that people are like, oh well, we'll make a movie that we think critics are really going to like. It's, we'll make a movie that will get Oscar buzz so that we can make money. Oh, there's lots of ways to game the game system. I'm just arguing that a a co- a mechanism as concentrated and specific as the Oscars uh, doesn't exist. We don't have something that focused and that concentrated in terms of its uh, standing and impact. No, because the whole thing about Oscar bait, like if you want to talk about something that is like outright blatant Oscar bait, you're looking at something like you know, unbelievably loud and incredibly close, which essentially builds into its production and marketing pipeline the uh, free publicity and thus sales that it's going to get off of Oscar nominations. I mean, I think there's also, I mean, the thing that needs to be considered when you're talking about Oscars, and now, okay, I will roll back a little bit and say that in many ways the term Oscar bait gets thrown around a lot more uh, liberally than accurately. That a lot of things get called Oscar bait simply because they, when they're not necessarily Oscar bait, they just kind of resemble the basic sort of outline of something that you might consider to be Oscar bait. Ow. Okay. Okay. Down. No, you're going down. Oh, come on. That total... There we go. There's the backstab. All right, kitten. Amy is currently sitting immediately in front of the television. Like, she has hopped up on the table and her head is right in front of my character, which, I don't know, that's fine enough right now. I'll survive. Can get backstabs on them. It's just kind of awkward and weird. Alright, there we go. Man, this floof is so floofy. She's the floofiest floof. She's also kind of a terror at times. A menace. The floofy menace. Ah. Once again, I like saw it coming and did nothing about it. Alright. Where you at? Where you at? Oh, is host gonna die? Did host get... Yeah. Oh, which Soulsborne is my favorite? Bloodborne. It's Bloodborne. Bloodborne is the correctest answer. All right, it's midnight. I'm gonna. It is midnight where I'm at, so I'm gonna head back to the Firelink Shrine. We'll wrap this up, or at the very least, I'll stop playing and maybe we'll get Amy over here. I'm not even gonna spend my souls. Bloodborne is absolutely the correct answer to that question. I need to look up how to restore my character's face. The focus was actually kind of ever so slightly off. Also, my controller's battery is like about to die. All right, Amy, are you gonna behave yourself for like 30 seconds? All right, come on. Real. Come on. Hey, Amy, how you doing? No, I haven't tried the new Nier demo, Nier Automatica. I know like nothing about it. I only know that people have mentioned it to me, and so therefore I know that it exists. Um, so, oh, oh, you're gonna maul my elbow. You're gonna maul my elbow. All right, come on, Kitty. We're gonna try this, and we're gonna see how well you handle it for a bit. And she wants down. All right. So yeah, no, that was I thought I had an extra kind of subject or something that I could mention aside from my cat and how awesome and adorable she is. But no, I haven't played Nier 1. To be honest, I'm not even entirely sure what platform it's this new Nier game is on. All I remember about it was that there was a lot of stuff when it came out about the fact that the character was actually like the main character's model was dramatically different between North America and Japan. You're not allowed on the desk. Um, Maybe that's one I should try to track down like the original of. I think I mean it was PlayStation 3 available, right? So yeah, eh, cat fuzz in my mouth. So I don't know. We'll see where that's gonna go. Bill Drews, you were wrong. Edgar Wright movies are awesome. They're really good. And kittens are soft and playful, and they will scratch the heck they will scratch the hell out of you. My arms, my arms and legs and wrists. Actually, these have mostly faded for the most part. Um, but yeah, yeah, kittens. I look like I get into fights constantly. So, um, yeah. Kittens are cute and adorable, and I apparently really need to go to bed. So, oh, you're looking at the poster considering the conversation about over underrated media. An episode of the change in interest in regards to it. What do you? Okay, that sounds fascinating. Um, the change in interest in regards to Akira. I'm not entirely sure um what you're thinking or what you're specifically referencing there. Hmm. The change in interest, because I mean, I don't know if has there been a change in interest in regards to Akira over, at least in any sort of recent time frame. Because as far as I'm aware, I mean, Akira kind of achieved its place in the canon uh, back in the 90s and has comfortably sat there for, you know, 20 years now. Underrated media, that I think is another that's actually a decent subject. I don't know, because I don't think we do have a mechanism for how long something has to be considered underrated before, you know, it's clearly just rated. Uh, the and I can definitely think of some examples in that vein where it's like, oh, you know, whenever it's like, what's the most underrated, you know, game or the most underrated movie, and it's always the same games and movies that come up. It's like, what's one of the most underrated movies? And it's like Blade Runner. And it's like, no, I'm pretty sure Blade Runner is very well regarded at this point. And like, no, no. Um, um, how it was the best anime and now people are sort of like it's flawed, but okay. I would think that that's more just an issue of the passage of time, and I don't know if I would even necessarily agree with those people. I think Akira holds up incredibly well, even like with sorry, I think it holds up incredibly well without even needing to sort of qualify that through the lens of like historicity. That it's like you don't need to look at Akira as a historical influence on culture in order to recognize what's really good about it. Like that it has actually held up in a lot of ways. I think in regards to much more recent stuff, both due to the technological advancements in animation and just the general taste of how we go about doing manga adaptations and just the conventions of the structure of anime movies these days. I think Akira would not hold up if we held it strictly to the modern formulas. I mean, but at the same time, like I don't think any legitimately great movie from the late 70s through mid 80s actually would hold up by those standards. I mean, you look at something that is a undeniably fantastic film like Saturday Night Fever or Serpico, and by modern standards, they're very weird. They're very slow and they're very talky, and the action, like what action there is incredibly brief and not very intricately choreographed. And by modern standards of sound recording and sound mastering, like this, the audio is awful. I mean, Serpico was delivered in mono, like stereo wasn't even a go-to thing, like for indie films in the mid 70s. Like you still delivered in mono, like that was just the industry at the time, because independent cinemas were still the or I shouldn't say independent cinemas, non-multiplex cinemas were still the standard. And so 80% of the theaters that your movie would even be showing in did not have stereo sound. So well, where was I going with that in regards to Akira? I think Akira does continue to hold up very well on its own merits, even if I don't think the flaws. I mean, I think it does have flaws, but I don't think they're fatal in any sort of way that would really cause you to back off and be like, oh well, it's okay in retrospect. I think it's still great in retrospect, and though I think I would tepidly agree that to a modern wide taste, to a broad taste, Akira is probably ultimately more valuable as a study in its influences. I mean, but I would say that, I mean, I'm going to say that about a lot of movies as well. I mean, I would say that about Brazil. I would say that about Blade Runner. Honestly, I think Blade Runner has held up incredibly well, but at the same time, I think to a modern audience, the fact that Blade Runner has been referenced and re-referenced both visually and directly so many times since it came out that if you go into it just kind of air quote fresh, it's hard to look past. It's hard to not look at it through the lens of its derivatives. Brazil is particularly plagued by that. Like you watch Brazil and you're like, okay, I have seen this exact scene, structure, concept, scattered through hundreds of other movies. And so you go back to Brazil and it's just like, it feels like a first draft in a lot of ways. Yeah. Uh, Ghost in the Shell, I think, is. Where would I put Ghost in the Shell in that? Ghost in the Shell, I would actually put into a position a lot closer to a lot closer to Brazil. I think Ghost in the Shell has been referenced and derived from even more than Akira, especially because of like especially because of how heavily and specifically Ghost in the Shell was borrowed from in the Matrix movies, and then by that, how many people lifted stuff straight from the Matrix movies, that if you go back to Ghost in the Shell now, you've spent the last, what it is, 2016, so you spent the last 16 years of film just watching movies that are two generations derived from Ghost in the Shell, and it's like it you feel it when you go back to rewatch it. So I would say basically any of the post theatrical versions of Blade Runner, because I mean after that, I mean there's what, 3 4 cuts of it. I think there's technically 4 cuts, because you've got the theatrical cut, you've got the unofficial director's cut, then you've got the official director's cut, then you've got the final cut, and the unofficial director's cut is technically not like, it's like version 1.5, and actually really only got a limited spread. Like, it basically was seen by a handful of critics who gave it some buzz, and were able to kind of get the energy going in order to push for an actual paid for director's cut. And the differences between the director's cut and the final cut are nominal enough. I mean, to a hardcore fan, I think there's some sizable differences between the two, but to any sort of casual observer, the differences between them are nominal enough that they're basically the same movie. Satoshi Kon, there's a definite one to go for. That feeling of I've seen this before, because of the copycats and the. I'm familiar with the Evangelion remake films. I haven't watched them yet. I actually have. They're upstairs. You want 3? I have the first 3, but I haven't watched them yet. Yeah. So I'm still tentative on the Evangelion. I'm still tentative on Rebuild. I want to like Rebuild, actually. I mean, I am fairly aware of a lot of the things that are going on in Rebuild, just through osmosis, like other people talking about it and stuff like that. And so I've just kind of picked up on a lot of what's going on, but I don't want to. I'm trying not to poison that well. I've queued up JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but I haven't watched it yet. Yeah. So I am meaning to watch JoJo. What? There was something else that I was going to say in there. I haven't seen Melancholy. I haven't seen that. In fact, that's actually the first time I think I've heard of it. Well, if you want to see Foldy, like if you just want to see Foldy, I could go get him for a couple minutes. But, I mean, the problem with Foldy is I injured my shoulder, and I can't operate him for the the just like sheer length of time that it takes to actually like record an episode. I mean, I want you like take a look at um, that one that I just finished, that video I just put out. the Suicide Squad one. I mean, so I that's an hour of straight recording, like that I was standing there talking and redoing stuff, and so just the sheer physical effort that it takes to operate Foldy for any meaningful length of time is just it's untenable because of a shoulder injury that hasn't got better. But I mean, I can pull them out for like a couple minutes at a time. I'm gonna go get them. Actually, it was good I did that because I just realized that I left my studio lights on, and they've been sitting on for like hours. Yeah, so that Thermion argument video, like, I was able to do that because it was really, really short. Also, Amy is probably going to try to, like, grab his tie and just wreck it. So, Amy, you need to go on the ground right now. But, yeah, so there we go. There's Foldy. See, he's still in good working condition. His battery's still, my battery's doing fine. So, you thought he would be bigger? He's actually pretty big, like all told. In fact, a lot of people when I pull him out in person, they're like, he's a lot bigger than I thought he was gonna be, and he actually is pretty big all told. So, like, so the problem, so here's the thing, is that in order to get him on camera, so I'm gonna kind of go into position, that it's like what you got to do, and then you've got to kind of maintain that, because I can't just be, I gotta get out of camera. All right, so we get like this, and then from here, Amy, what are you doing? Amy, what are you? But so I've got my arm at a right angle, and with my arm at a right angle, even if it's propped up, even if the arm's propped up, you're still holding it out away from your body and slightly elevated, and then you've got the arm going straight up, and it's just it is a stress position, and doing that, and then plus you're also doing the thing with the hand, and you've got this weight all the way out at the end of your arm. It adds up significantly, particularly over a long period of time. So if you want to try to do this, like, so stand like this with your arm out, raised to the square for like a half hour straight. So, I mean, so if I just kind of sit, like, if I can have them a lot closer to the body. Oh, what are you doing? You know, this is a lot less stressful, but I mean, obviously, like, the problem is that I'm right here. So actually, like, even towards the last few that I was doing, I was I was sitting like really close, and in fact, I was using the fact that I was delivering the videos at 720. So I would record them at 1080, and then I would deliver at 720 so that I could crop myself out, because it was just getting too rough, and so I would constantly, like, I would reframe the whole thing. Yeah. Well, and he had been different construction. I have considered like completely redoing it, but the thing is that part of the reason why you want to do them as a hand, and the reason why I don't switch to my left, is because my left hand just kind of sucks at. I don't have the focus control. No, Amy, no. Take your. Okay, you can sit there. All right. She's getting super hyper. What was I saying? Not switching to the left. So part of the reason why, like, because he used to be a different. This is actually like the third version, like the third major overhaul. If you go all the way back, the issue, or the reason why I don't kind of go to a much more mechanical, back to a much more mechanical design, is that the whole reason of kind of going to a hand puppet, like a directly hand puppet, is then you're able to take advantage of the range of motion that the wrist can do, or basically that your whole arm can do. You know, that, I mean, this is why hand puppets, you know, are so expressive, is because you're able to basically duplicate the full range of motion that the head is able to do. I mean, think mechanically about what you need to build so that you can have a mechanical puppet head do this. You know, do a head tilt, let alone, you know, doing like for like diagonal tilts. Like think about all the kinds of expressions, like the comedic expressions that you want to get, like seriously, and the range of motion that just in something like that requires. That it's like, okay, well, the head is going down, it's also going sideways, and it's, you know, tilting, and it's doing all three of those axes like at the same time. It's really complex, and so having access to a full range joint, like, you know, you've already got a mechanism that does that, and so taking advantage of that is huge, and it gives you an expressiveness that's just kind of impossible to do any other way. So, yeah. So I have a kitten that is on a rampage, so I need to go take care of her. And yeah, thanks everyone for coming out. Yes, I do like Christopher Nolan, though I have a complex relationship with his films. But as a one-line answer, yes, I do like Christopher Nolan. But I'm gonna leave it there. This was a good test. It was fun. It was nice to play some Dark Souls again and get like super lost and die a whole bunch of times. So yeah, thanks everyone. Take care and have a good night.